Papaya! How are we all doing today? We're having a lovely, lovely Saturday. I have been, once again, as usual, vibing, doing nothing too exciting. Once again, was working on some more of the W Place pixel art. It's really fun, real fun. I finished a big thing. Anyway, I can probably relatively medium, like not like huge. Like medium to like slightly small. I don't know how to describe sizes of things, but I finished something that took me about like a day to do. Actually, made a over a day because I worked on it today and yesterday, but I finished it. Yay! But that is besides the point. Today we're playing Remembering Emily, a game that came out a few days ago. I believe it was on the 13th. It came out? Yes, the 13th. And I was I was lucky enough, I'd say, to receive a free copy of the game from the devs, the studio at Tortita Studio. I probably butchered their name because I can't pronounce anything for shit. I don't know how to pronounce any words at all. I'm not good at words. But I got a free copy from them. I see a lovely Steam key from them, and here we are. I read a little bit about it, like just the summary on Steam, which was we relived Thomas's memories in the mystery-filled visual novel. What really happened to Emily? Make decisions, explore different versions of events, and uncover two complementary endings that reveal full truth. And that was interesting. I'm intrigued. I am intrigued. I am intrigued by the concept, and it looks fun. Not fun. It looks interesting. It looks looks up my alley. I do enjoy a nice mystery. Sadly, I'm not a woman in this game. I am in fact a man. Horrifying, I know. Horrifying that I'm a man, but you know, sometimes you look past that for some good gameplay. Gameplay of reading. Some good story. Gameplay of reading and clicking, yes. But I'm excited. I'm always get jump scared by emails on my when I get emailed on my business email, like, oh my god, what the fuck? A business inquiry. The fuck? The fuck? Wild. Fucking wild. But yeah. Let me just drink water real quick and let's get started. I'm interested. I am interested. I've said interested like 20 times in the past 5 minutes. Jesus Christmas. Let's just move on. Let's just move the fuck on from this, because I am fucking going to end everything. I'm gonna fucking end it. I'm gonna end it. I'm gonna end it all. I'm gonna end it all. I'm gonna end it right here, right now. Can't believe it. Anyway. Let's start the game. Start the game. Say pressing the missing button completely. Have you ever wondered if you're asleep or awake? If you're living a dream? From that day, since Emily's death, I can't stop feeling this. I can't stop feeling this way. Okay, I'm gonna do something. Camera. Where is it? Ah! Ah! It's white. Ah! Tragic accident in the city center. A 25-year-old woman was hit by a car when she was fleeing from her assailant. Thomas, are you alright? I have... The thing in the background is loud. Give me a second. Hi, Possum! How are you? Hi, hi. Hope you're well. Hi. Hi! She's peeking. Think if I had that. She's peeking. Possum's peeking out. She's lurking. Welcome. You're just in time for me to start a new visual novel. Sadly, I play as a guy. I play as a man named Thomas. But, I'm... The concept is, it looks interesting to me, so I thought I'd give it a go. Thought I'd give the game a go. And here we are. Thomas, are you alright? Yes, I'm sorry. I don't think I'm ready to talk about it yet. That's understandable, Thomas. Every time we try to get to the bottom of this, you find it impossible to continue. I guess I'm afraid of looking insensitive, or that I didn't have any feelings for Emily. If you hadn't felt anything, you wouldn't be going through this. Why is no? There's no one's that a guy, no other girl. Whoopsies, whoopsies. Wrong. I thought. Whoopsies. Names. Fun. No, would she be here? Why is she British? Why is she British? I don't know. No, would she be here? She's British now, apparently, because that's what I did. And I apparently like being British. For some reason. Would you like to talk about her now? Yes, I think I'm ready. What was Emily like? Emily was a person I could never figure out. She could tell me... You could tell she hadn't had a good life, for sure. And when I met her, she was suffering a lot. Emily was stunning. Every time I saw her, I couldn't think about anything else. I mean, lower the volume a little bit more. On things I'm listening to. Of course, I have 1,000 things in the background. As usual. Everything is in the background playing for me. I'm insane. It was stunning. Every time I saw her, I couldn't think of anything else. Even at times when I wanted to escape from her side at all cost. Would you say it was love? I would rather not answer that question right now. Of course, let's go step by step. I'd never met anyone like Emily before. That's for sure. Anyway, Thomas, as far as I know, you never had a good relationship with Emily. You say that because we didn't spend a deal of time together, don't you? Yes, exactly. From my reports, when you talk about Emily, you always point to really short periods of time. So far, we have only talked about isolated moments and somewhat abstract emotions about Emily. Still, I would say that the time you were with her was not very long. Probably only a few months? Yes, more or less. I must admit that even though it may seem like a short time, it was very intense. It's interesting that you used the word intense. Intense in what way, Thomas? Because of excitement? The confusion? The anguish? Everything at the same time. With Emily, there was never a middle ground. It was all or nothing. Light or darkness. Absolute happiness or unbearable despair. That sounds exhausting. It was. But it was so addictive. It was also addictive. When I was with her, I felt like everything else in my life faded away. As if nothing mattered more than the moment she looked at me. Although, sometimes that same intensity made me want to run away. Run away? You said that before. Indeed. Why did you want to run away from Emily, Thomas? I don't know. Or maybe I do know, but I don't want to admit it. Why don't you want to admit it? Because then I would have to accept that Emily wasn't just what I wanted to see in her. And what was it that you didn't want to see? Thomas, I know this is difficult, but if you're here, it's because you need to face those feelings. You can't keep running away inside your mind. I know, but everything still feels so real. Sometimes I have the feeling that there is something that eludes me. As if there were pieces of a puzzle that I can't see. This is something that, at some point, you wanted to do. Because you felt you needed it. Yes. I wanted to forget. To be able to forget. Boost you need. No, you lost your streak. This is so sad. Poor Possum losing her watch streak. Oh, look, it's gonna build that back up again. Big sad, big sad. Thank you for the 5 stream watch streak, Possum. 5. So when was that? This is 5. Yesterday was 4. 1 Friday, today, Saturday, Friday, Monday, Sunday, Saturday. What? Not try. Math is a mathing. Math ain't mathin'. Something's math ain't mathin'. My math ain't mathin'. The math ain't mathin', y'all. The math ain't fucking mathing. Give me a second, I am being silly and doing something real quick. That is alright. Wait, what is this? Oh, okay, that's that. Okay, so this, and then no, that's right. That, and then that's a chin. Doop, 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 doop. Doop, doop, doop. Okay. I'm doing something in the background real quick, and it's not extremely time sensitive, but it's nice to get bits of it done at the same time right now before I just lose out on stuff. This. Gray. White. Gold. Okay. Back to the game. No, I'm not distracted for the next few minutes. For for now, I'm not being distracted. I have famous last words, I know. How is it possible that our story was so short, but left such a deep impression on me? Because emotions do not understand about time. Because emotions do not understand about time, but the impact they have on us. Do not understand about time. That doesn't feel like a sentence. Proper English, but I might be wrong. I don't know. That feels weird. I feel it's weirdly worded. But could just be me. And my inability to English properly sometimes. I don't know. Could very well be wrong. And from what I can see, Emily had a profound impact on you. She did. Then perhaps we should go back to the beginning. How did you meet Emily? How did you kill her? Chapter 1. I press. First contact. Interesting. We killed Emily. What a start. Start game. Hey, you know that girl, Emily, we're talking about? You killed her. Apparently. Wild. But how did we kill her? We're gonna find out. We are going to find out. The sky woke up gray that day. Cars passed slowly as if no one was in a hurry to get anywhere. That day, the city had awoken earlier than usual. The cafe had a perfume of freshly ground coffee and wet clothes. Almost as if almost all the tables were taken. I can English word, well, yes. That was unintentional. What I just said there by accident? You think it was a funny joke? Nope, I said that. That was my brain. My brain just said that. Anyways, almost all the tables were taken. Steam marks from the nugs were drawn on the window panes. As usual. That day, there was something different. There she was, without a worry in the world, but beautiful as always. And I could have never imagined that such an absurd confusion would lead me to talk to her. Americano with coconut milk ready. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw someone approaching. Confident, as if she was going straight for the coffee. I didn't think too much. I tried to go ahead and pick up the coffee, perhaps by reflex, or to avoid awkward moments of having to explain to a stranger that she had the wrong coffee. Who would order an Americano with coconut milk besides me? What I didn't expect was that she was going to go pick it up before me. And even less, that she thought I was the one who was wrong. Sorry, that's my coffee. I think you're mistaken. What do you mean? What do you mean yours? They didn't call a name. Please, I just want a black coffee! No, Possum. Thomas wants an Americano with coconut milk. He just said that. He doesn't want a black coffee. SMH my head, Possum. SMH my head. Oh god, my nose was... It's like my nose is running all of a sudden. What the fuck? Am I experiencing what they call allergies? The fuck? They're back. I returned. I'm back. Anyways, I'm experiencing allergies for some reason. I'm not sure why I'd be experiencing allergies, because all I'm aware of, I'm allergic to dust mites and nothing else of great severity. But also, I got tested for those years ago as a child, so I don't know if I have any more allergies since then. Odds are, probably. But that is not my problem. Kind of. Actually, might be my problem. I don't know what we're talking about anymore. I don't know what I'm talking about anymore. Anyways. Back to the game, everybody. What do you mean? Didn't call a name? And you came straight for it. Yeah, it's just... I ordered an Americano with coconut milk. Exactly what you have in your hand. So did I. And when they said it, I didn't hesitate because... Come on. Who else would order something like this? That's true, I didn't hesitate either. When I heard it, I got up without thinking. And here we are. Well, well. A great way to start the day. Someone trying to steal my coffee without saying a word. Not even good morning. My bad. Really, it wasn't like that. It's okay. It may have been a misunderstanding. I guess. It was nothing but a misunderstanding. Although, it goes without saying, I'm not sure why it is capitalized, but there's no, I'm assuming although is a whole sentence without a period. Although, it goes without saying that the coincidence is a bit odd. Quite a lot. Because I don't know anyone else who takes it that way. Who takes it that way? Who takes it that way? Said with weird inflection and intonation on the words. What emphasis on the syllable? Me neither. Up until now. Okay, sorry for jumping the gun. It's just... I don't know. It's quite jumpy, I'm quite jumpy lately. And this caught me off guard. I get it. Had it been me, the one who grabbed the coffee first, I was like... If it had been me, the one who grabbed the coffee first, it would be like you right now. I would be like you right now. I can't read good. I'm not sure why people reach out to me to beat the... I don't know why people reach out to me to play the games. I can't read good. I know read good. I appreciate them, but I can't read good. I can't read for shit. Well, at least we have good taste, don't we? So it seems. Americano with coconut milk? Americano with coconut milk? Again? There's the missing one. Seriously? You're the first person I've ever met to order this. I usually get funny looks when I order it. The truth is... I have never tried it. Then why'd you order it? I saw it on Reddit. I wrote it on Reddit. You what? Nothing. I reply with a post with rare coffees. Hi, Kimmy, welcome. We're drinking Americano with coconut milk. A bizarre order. Apparently. How are you doing? Nothing beats a Jet 2 holiday. Sorry. I'm sorry for that. Apologies. My brain, intrusive thoughts. Jet 2 holiday. Jet 2 holiday. Nothing beats a Jet 2 holiday. I reply on a post about rare coffees. It came up as suggested just this morning. It caught my attention. So, was it really because of a comment on Reddit? Yes. I was struck by your... Oh well. Whoever wrote it. Wait. Can I see the comments? Of course. Am I the only one who drinks Americano with coconut milk? I couldn't believe that I was seeing what I was seeing. This comment is mine. What? Thomas Dev? That's my username. I wrote this months ago. Are you kidding me? No, really, it can't be. This comment is why I'm here. This is too weird. It's as if Rodit's an algorithm decided that our paths had to cross today. Or if you had left a clue for me to find you. Did you follow it? It looks like it. I guess, I like trying new things. Sometimes the first thing that catches my eye ends up being the best thing of the day. That doesn't usually happen to me. I tend to stick to what I already know. I'm boring, is what I'm saying. I'm boring as like a fucking shit. And yet, you ordered this. We all have an exception. This is mine. I like that. Exceptions say more than a person than rules. Do you have any? Hi, Junkie! Thank you for hydrate. Hi, how you doing? I'm doing well. I watched you struggle in real time to type the raid command on your stream. It's slash, by the way. Not exclamation mark. It's a slash. It's a backslash. I watched you. I stared at you doing it. In your chat. I stared at it happening as it happened. In real time. Watched you struggle. But now you know. It's backslash raid. Or is it forward slash raid? Backslash raid. I don't remember which one it is. Forward slash. Backslash. I don't know the names of the fucking slashes. Anyways. Welcome in. Hope you have fun playing more Forsaken. Next time. For sure. Unless you forget. But thank you for popping in. Hope you enjoy some Roblox. I'll be here reading. New update today. Ooh, fun. Hope you two have fun. You and Izzy have fun. No, it's not. Don't worry about that. Roblox is. Oh no! Roblox is dying. You hate to see that. You hate to see it. That's never a good thing. You hate when that happens. You hate when Roblox dies on you like that. What's the lightest screen we got? Yeah, the lightest screen we got. Okay. One more up. Then fucking lime-ass green. Lime-ass green. There's no paler green. It's lime-ass green. Let's have olive green. I think he's olive green. I think he's olive green. I'll buy olive green for this. Sorry, I'm doing something in the background. I'm buying olive green. Yeah, olive green. That's what I'm looking for. Olive green's where it's at. Olive green's where it's at. Let's get to I got the olive for accent colors. Olive green. Anyway, sorry. I'm looking at W Play. I'm on W Play, so also streaming at the same time, and I just bought olive green. Lol. Just casually buying olive green in the background as I for art. And then it goes doop doop. Olive green. Light olive. Yeah. Back to playing visual novel, as I've used up all the charges I have at the moment. It's gonna take breaks playing on W space every now and again. I think this conversation... should we sit down and drink it? Wait, sorry. What was it? You think this conversation? Should we sit down and to drink it? I kind of feel bad after talking to you like that at first. Yeah. Sure, why not? I could have said I was in a hurry. I could have just walked away. Something about her, the way she looked at me, as if she already knew me, made me stay. I'm sorry again. How do you even ask your name? Well, I'm Emily. I'm Emily. It completely slipped my mind as well. Thomas. Thomas Dev. It wasn't the most common way to meet someone. It isn't. Indeed. This man likes to use the word indeed a lot. This man likes saying indeed a lot. Also realize I Discord sound on. You turn that off in case like something happens with Discord. Well, I love that I'm on Discord, but you can get on the off and you turn the Discord sound off for my real BS on how much it overseas. No? Alright. What do you do, Emily? Right now, I'm in between jobs. I'm doing stuff here and there, helping out with, well, things. A little bit everything. I wouldn't know how to explain it very well either. What about you? I work on software development. Today, supposedly, I had to be at the office half an hour ago. Supposedly? Supposedly. I mean, I was supposed to be there a while ago. But it's not like there's a parade waiting for me either. I am not indispensable. I'm not indispensable. I could be late one day. Can't I? Do you usually take things so calmly? Sorry. Sorry for the disgusting noises you're hearing. Okay. Sorry, we're back. Okay. Only when I have a good reason. Only when I have a good reason. Is this one? I don't know. I guess I got a little carried away. It is not so common in me. What? And this. It's not bad at all. I'm glad to hear that. It's not always easy to get someone to stay when they clearly should be somewhere else. And there's the office calling me. At that very moment. I got a call from work. I didn't know whether to answer the phone. How many times to meet someone and... How many times do you meet someone and connect immediately? I'm trying to answer the phone. It's from work. Emily leaned towards the phone with a serious expression on her face. Thomas? Yes. Sorry. You were telling me you had received a phone call while you were talking to Emily. Right, yes. What happened next? Emily answered the phone for me. I replied pretending to be sick. Interesting. Interesting. I'm gonna have... Sorry. Got in my throat. I'm gonna have Emily answer the phone for me. Okay. Take it from there. Emily picked up the phone before I could react and answered in a neutral voice. Hello, good morning. Nurse Maya speaking. I'm talking to you from the General Hospital. Mr. Thomas will not be able to attend today. He had a small accident. No, it's not serious. But he needs rest. Yes, of course. Thank you for your understanding. What did you do? I saved you a lot of trouble. Or did you want to tell them the truth? I'll have you know. I put my fucking hand to my face, doing the fucking pinky and thumb extend as I was on the phone. As if it mattered. As if you could see it. As if it immersed, as if it helped with the immersion. It doesn't. It's a fucking hand. I'm on the phone, clearly. Hello, banana phone. Ring, ring, ring. My finger and... my pinky and thumb. Hello. What the fuck? What the fuck am I doing? What the fuck am I doing? No, but... Trust me. I guess now I have no choice but to lie to them tomorrow as well. I'll come up with something. Anything. General Hospital. The nurse has reported to work. You know, you don't look like someone who lies. Well, maybe because I'm not used to doing it. Well, it doesn't look like it. No, I guess you had to adapt to the circumstances. Sometimes those circumstances say more than anything else. Maybe. Any regrets? I do not know yet. I guess I'll find out soon enough. And yet, you don't seem too upset. I guess not. I feel like being here. I felt like being here. I still don't know what exactly happened that day. What I know is that time just flew. And time did not stop with Emily in the cafe. And all because of a post on Reddit. Hello phone, why you vibrating at me? Is it important? No, it isn't. Goodbye. And all because of a post on Reddit. Oh. Oh. I'm gonna move this over here. There we go. It's weird, isn't it? Talking to someone like that, all of a sudden, without having planned it. It doesn't happen every day. It reminds me of a game. What was it called? An adventure game, where the character meets another character in an abandoned station. Without knowing why, they start to talk as if they had known each other their whole lives. Bridges of Nowhere? That's the one! I thought it I thought a few people knew about it. What the fuck is Bridges to Nowhere? Is it a real thing? Is it a real game? Probably not. Board game. It's a board game. But is it a video game? No. It's a board game. Fascinating. Not at all what they're talking about in the slightest, but a board game, nonetheless. Riveting. Absolutely riveting. What the fuck am I talking about? And why am I British? Again, for the 20th time. I keep being British for no reason at all. As if it's part of my personality. It is not at all. Sorry, I am distracted again with silly things. Okay. That's the one. I thought a few people knew it. What's the second ping for? What's happening? Why do I have 2 pings? Oh, he's playing. Okay. Cool. It is one of my favorites. That scene hit me hard. Like, the start of the game or like the different part of the game? Same here. That's why it's sprang in mine. It feels a bit like that, don't you think? A little, yes. Putting the coffee in that game, it feels as if I've known you my whole life. It's not something you say every day. It's also quite unusual for 2 strangers to talk so much or something as silly as coffee. And about a game that almost nobody played. Exactly. If this was a story, it would seem like your typical excuse for the main characters to meet. Maybe it is. Looks at the camera. Maybe it is. It all feels familiar. Doop in a second. Let me retweet this. Sorry for the disgusting noises as I am dying. For some reason I am dying. Not sure why. As if we talked before. I don't know. I have that feeling. I feel something similar. Do you? Yes. I don't know if it's what you're saying or if it's that. If it's that, it's quite rare to have so many things in common with someone. It is as if, well, the coffee thing for starters. It's not a very common choice. And that game you mentioned, not exactly popular either. I spend hours playing video games, although lately I just browse Steam, looking for indie games that catch my attention. Have you played The Forgotten Echo? Is this real? Nope, it's not real. Echoes of the Forgotten is a real thing, but not the Forgotten Echoes. I got the ending in which the character stays in the house, waiting for the other person to return. As far as I remember, he leaves the house alone in the ending, just as it starts to rain. He leaves without looking back and without expecting it. Oh, really? I could have sworn it was the other way around. It was a strange scene. Silent, but he leaves without expecting it. It's easy to be confused. To get confused. Like any indie game, I guess. I played it not so long ago. It left a very deep impression. I thought so. I could tell by the way you talked about it. It's as if I already know things about you without you telling me. It's a little scary. A little bit. Wink. But it's also weird. As if we'd had this conversation before. I speak words too weirdly. Not a fan of it. As if you've lived it before? Exactly. But it's not possible, is it? It could be a dream. Take a hydrate, possum. And stretch. I was literally about to hydrate too, thank you. Another stretch. Good stretch, good stretch. Is there a package here yet? Sorry. I'm just staring at this I'm also staring at this package that the store that's like out for delivery. But also, the same delivery company dropped off a package earlier this morning. So, I don't know why it didn't drop off both at the same time, or whether they're the different trucks, if so. The fuck? The heck? Weird. Fucking bizarre. Why? Anyways, it's been up for delivery since fucking 6 hours ago, and it's still up for delivery 6 hours later. For some reason. Fun. Maybe it's just sitting on the door right now, but I don't think it is. I don't think it would be. They were sent proof of, they always send proof of delivery every time. So it could be a dream. Am I so important that you can only imagine talking to me in a dream? I couldn't help but smile. But within me, I didn't think that being with someone like her could only be possible in a dream. I did think that being with someone like her could only be possible in a dream. Then it must be a coincidence. Or destiny. Maybe. I lost track of time. And if it hadn't been for what happened, I would surely have been there with Emily much longer. Doesn't it happen to you sometimes? What is it? As if we were following the script of a movie that no one had seen until today. What if we were? Then I'd like to read it. Or at least know where the story leads. Is this the kind of story you usually read? Not really. I usually read science fiction. Plots with weird futures, parallel universes. Things where the real is confused with the imaginary. Like this? This? This competition. This moment. This coincidence. I can't say. Sometimes I have the feeling that I'm not where I should be. And where should you be? I do not know. This man has not heard of contractions before in his entire life. This man talks in full words. Never contractions. No apostrophes anywhere. Just full words. At all times, apparently. Me neither. I guess, being honest, at this hour, I should be in a Japanese restaurant, eating ramen. That's what I usually do on Tuesdays, when I don't have meetings at this time. Do you like ramen? The real thing, not the pre-cooked one. I always go to the one on Phoenix Street. I love it. Really? Me too. Well, I used to go. Do you order the spicy miso? How do you know? How do you know it? I had a feeling. You're starting to scare me. Relax. I haven't said I know your last name yet. Do you know? No? Really? No, I promise. It's like looking at myself in a slightly distorted mirror. Every time she spoke, it felt like I was discovering something about myself that I didn't remember sharing. It wasn't uncomfortable. But it wasn't normal either. Would you like another coffee? No, I think a strange one is. I think a strange one a day is enough. What if I order the same one tomorrow? Then, I'll come here again. What if I ordered every day? Then, I'll have to come back every day. I enjoy talking to you, you know? I wouldn't have said that when you almost knocked the coffee out of my hands. I guess I have a hard time being myself with strangers. But today, I don't know. Sometimes the most natural conversations are the ones you don't plan. Yes. And sometimes, they're the ones that hurt the most when they're over. Is something wrong? No, I just hate that sound. I've always hated it. Sirens? Okay, so it was the game. I was like, is the sirens coming from the game I'm watching? The game I'm listening to? The game I'm playing? Or one of the two things in the background I have on right now? It's the game. It's the game. It makes me feel like something is about to explode. Explode? That's a bit extreme. Kind of extreme of a reaction, but I'm not gonna judge too much because that's probably reasonable for her in her perspective. In a second, I was trying to think something. Do I have any? Help me though. Probably not. Maybe. You're back. Let's check. I'm gonna consume my Ricola. Might help my. Yeah, I don't think it's not too, but maybe. Maybe it'll help someone else. I don't think that's how it works, but we'll find out if that works. If that does anything at all, probably not. Let's be honest. It's for coughing, not for nose running and allergies, apparently. Possible allergies. Possible allergies. Oh. Well, find out what happens. I feel like things about to explode. I had to leave a long time ago. Are you in a hurry? Yes. I mean, no. But, yes. I shouldn't be here. At least not so long. I'm sorry, really. It was unexpected. It was an unexpected chat. But a good one. A really good one. Emily, are you sure you're okay? I'm fine, it's just... I can't stay. At that moment, her purse opened for an instant in front of my eyes. I didn't notice it at first. It was in the back, it was the blink of an eye. But I saw it. A gun. Inside the bag. As if carrying that around was as normal as a lipstick or a notebook. I have to go now. But I'm glad I met you. Take care of yourself, okay? And just like that, she left. As if that conversation hadn't happened. As if she hadn't left me with 1,000 unanswered questions. Thomas? What happened to after Emily left the cafe? Honestly, I don't know. Everything happened very fast. The moment she had heard the siren, her face changed. Do you think they were looking for her? That was my first thought. I understand that it was motivated by what you saw in her purse. Indeed. Were you afraid when you saw the gun? I did at first. But not because I thought it was sitting with the murderer, nor thief. Instead, because it seemed that everything she had told me up to that point might have been a lie. As if that conversation had been a sham? Exactly. She seemed like a normal girl up to that point. When I saw that, everything I used to think of her changed. But even so, you would have wanted to keep chatting with her after seeing that in her purse? I'm not here to judge you. I simply want to help you. I would have continued chatting with her that day, hands down. Even with the thing in the bag. Did the police come to the cafe? Yes. It was very weird. We were driving with sirens on out off the street when they parked near the cafe and went in. Did they see Emily? I guess. They passed by her at the entrance. She was going out and they were coming in. The police officers talked to the waiters and left the premises pretty quickly. So, at least it is clear that they were not looking for her. It looked like it. So after that competition, did she wonder why she was carrying a gun? Emily told me she hadn't had an easy life. She ran away from home when she was quite young and came to the city without knowing how to make a living. So Emily was living on the street when she was a minor? She didn't disclose any detail. I was already surprised that she had told me everything, so something so private we had just met. But she did not want to go into it any further. Naturally, I respected her boundaries. I'm not sure I would have shared something like that with a stranger so quickly. Give me a second, I am... Give me a second. I'm sure to have shared something like that with a stranger so quickly. I read that before, but still. I got distracted for a minute. Read it again. Why not? It's important to read things again sometimes. So, take that into account. It is only logical to think that Emily was used to taking care of herself. And that she thought of the gun as self-defense. Especially as she was a child when she arrived in the city. If she was able to get her hands on a gun at that time, it stands to reason that it would help her feel safe. Thomas, I've had all kinds of cases in my practice, and Emily's case is a fairly common one. Not with a gun, of course, but people who have gone through complex circumstances. Their lives may even have been in danger. Up to this day, they cannot sleep without holding a knife or something that makes them feel safe. It makes sense. Of course, when I saw the gun, it was hard for me to think about it that way. The opposite would have been strange. Sorry. Start it again. Was there anything in Emily's competition that led you to think that she had not overcome her past? I can't read. When we sat down in the cafe, I asked Emily what she did for a living. I remember you mentioning it. She was quite elusive on the subject, from what you said. She was at first. But then I was able to find out little by little what she really was. By little by little, by what her really was, what she really was. Words. That's just not correct. That's a typo. I see. Typos. What did she do? From what I could gather, she worked in some kind of social service department. She told me that she helped other people who had gone through the same thing she had. She told me about girls who had been rejected by the people they loved the most. She was trying to help them get their lives back on track. It is clear that she hadn't been able to forget her past. As time went by, I understand that the gun was her only way to know that if something like that had happened again, she would have a safeguard. This explains, to some extent, why she didn't want to tell you what she was doing for a living at first. I guess so. Even when she brought it up, she was vague about it. As if trying to open up to you through her work. It's trying to open up to you through her work? Yes. The truth is that she was avoiding the topic and I didn't want to make her uncomfortable. After all, I had just met her. I'm distracted again. I'm distracted again. Oh no, I'm distracted again. This is not good. Sorry. No, I'm being distracted for now. Again. God, I'm so ADHD coded. This is not good. Girl. I just met her. This is normal. But even so, Emily decided to open up to you. Indeed. Man. I really love saying the word indeed, don't I? This man loves the word indeed. A lot. Jesus Christmas. But in the end, we mostly talked about video games and such. What did you talk about? As she told me, Emily divided her life day to day. As she told me, Emily divided her day-to-day life into video games, reading, and photography. Was Emily a photographer? Apparently, her dream was to be a freelance nature photographer. It seems that Emily was a box full of surprises. Every time she spoke, it seemed like I was going to discover a new trait that made me want to go get to know her more. Didn't she like her job at the time? From what she told me, she wanted more. She wanted to move on from what she was doing. Now that we're talking about it, and after learning what she was hiding, everything makes much more sense. As I told you, people have different ways to overcome their pasts. Like I told you, people have different ways to overcome their past. In Emily's case, helping others like her could be almost therapeutic. But now she needs to step away and end that traumatic stage of her life. The curious thing is that she decided that photography was the best way to achieve that goal. Why? Although I'm in software development and it's not my area, I think embarking on something like this without previous experience can make it really hard to make a living of it. But Emily, from what you've told me, was a resourceful person. Of course, we talked. She seemed to know a little bit about everything. Could talk to her about the latest indie video games that was causing a sensation, or about a specific curiosity you had seen on YouTube. No, just a patch. But patches are good, patches are important. But this is so sad, no new content for you just yet. Big sad. Welcome back though. Big sad though. No huge new update for you yet, just yet. Gotta wait a bit longer for that, it seems. Yeah. I get that. I understand when new characters. If only. It's a shame. Real shame. But you told me that there were elements that didn't add up for you about that, didn't you? There were times, like when we talked about a specific video game, that it seemed as if she didn't really know what she was talking about. Like when you told me that she made a mistake with the ending of a game, right? Exactly. Maybe you were exaggerating it a bit, Thomas. After all, we can all make mistakes. Yes, of course. There were topics where passion gets the best of me. And maybe fear, too. It is true that when I listen to passionate people talking about ideas or projects, I feel as if everyone was jumping into the abyss. I envy them for being able to do that. Do you think about anything differently? Do you think anything differently can put you in danger? Even ever since I was young, I've tried not to stray too far from what I was expecting of me. I can't read. It was expecting of me. I can read. Great. Yes, indeed. That's why I've always tried to take the safest path. When it comes to matters of the heart, that may not be the best. But you also make sure that you will not be rejected. Nor loved. It was the feeling that made me think it could be my chance. Emily was everything I asked for in someone to share my life with. And that's why, despite everything, I decided to stay after the call from work. When you were called from work, why exactly didn't you leave? Didn't you feel that fear you were telling me about before? I thought about it, but it was difficult to make a clear judgment. Everything was too perfect. I thought, what if fear boycotts me again? Didn't you think you had the right to take at least one risk in your life? Maybe. It surprised me that I ended up taking that risk. Even when it jeopardized your job? We're talking about a stranger, touching your phone when it approaches me cold. That moment was possibly one of the most disconcerting of my encounters with Emily. Almost at the same level as when I saw the revolver. I knew for sure that impulse, that attitude, was not normal. Did you realize you were ignoring the red flags? Completely. But I decided to think that it would probably be a one-time thing. Ever has something to hide. Something they don't show at first. But in her case, what she was hiding was much bigger. Yes, it was. And yet, I was attached to it. Attracted, even. I don't quite understand it. It's like that. And if you were able to go back to that moment, would you act differently? I don't know. I want to believe I would. But part of me still thinks I would have stayed anyway. Because something inside me wanted to uncover all of her mysteries. Even if it meant putting yourself at risk. Even if it meant that. There is something that strikes me, Thomas. Your way of condoning her. You look for plausible explanations. It makes me think that you hadn't experienced something like this before. A relationship? No, never. Not even close. Have you had many relationships? None that really made a difference. That's why, because of the lack of experience, everything seemed more difficult for me to figure out. Do you think that influenced your decisions to stay? A lot. I had nothing to compare it to. I didn't know what was normal and what wasn't. And part of me thought, give it a chance. This might be your story. Your own story? Maybe. That's what I thought at the time. Holding on to a story just because you're afraid you won't have another one. I know. Now that I see it from a different point of view. But in that very moment, it was all I had. Earlier, you implied the importance of fate. That belief that if something was bound to happen, it would happen. And at that moment, I said to myself, don't insist. Don't force anything. It seemed to me the easy way out. The next day I would face the consequences. But at that moment, I was happy. Every second. Even when she left the cafe. I kept waiting. Thinking that maybe she would come back. That there would be another chance. And what did you do the next day? I didn't go to the cafe. Why? I had to take some distance. Or at least, that's what I told myself. At least as I told myself. I made up excuses. Work. Tiredness. But the truth is that, although I could try to justify what I said, I was scared. As I told you. I am not one to take risks lightly, but I stopped to consider them calmly. How long did it take you to come back? 1 week. A whole week. But during those days, I thought of nothing else. And when you came back, I did not stop going. Every day. Even at weekends. Were you hoping to see her? More than that. I was going because I need to see her. I didn't know why, but I needed her. Did you change your routine because of it? I requested to work from home. Just to spend more time over there. I sat in the same place. Same time, and every time the door opened, I hoped it was her. Thomas? I wanted to ask you again something you didn't want to answer at first. If you're ready, I think it would be a great step. When did you know you were in love with Emily? I think that it was when she pointed that gun at me. Chapter 2. The bookstore. I confess that I'm not an avid reader. Give me a second, I'm gonna go quickly dehydrate and I'll be back in a minute, but this is getting interesting. This is getting really interesting so far. I'm getting warm. This is interesting so far. I'm intrigued. Be back in a minute though. Maybe. I'm back. Sorry for the wait. I want to get myself a drink and I had to go just on the side. But we're back. We're back. Alright. I confess that I'm not an avid reader. But there's one author whose works I eagerly await. Brad Sanders. I don't know exactly why. That time I decided to buy this newest book at the bookstore close at home. It had been years since the last time I had bought a book in a physical bookstore. Unlike Sisme, who has bought one recently. I bought a book, I think, last week. I think it was like on Tuesday I bought a book. I think I bought it on Tuesday when I bought a new book. I haven't read it yet. It's sitting in my room. Unread for now. But soon TM. Maybe. I read everything on my cell or e-reader. Maybe because I spent all day in front of a screen, I had to step away from it during reading. I even wrote on the author's account that I would buy the book when I got off work. It had been a while since the incident with Emily. I had been asked if there was a day when I was sure I had left all that behind. Well, I would probably have said that it was that day, just before I opened the door to the bookstore. But as soon as they entered, there she was. Is Emily real? I know it's been some, but is she real? Maybe she... Is she real? I mean... Maybe. So this is where this really just brought up. Is she a real person? Am I delusional? My wild theory that came out of nowhere is that Thomas is imagining Emily and Emily isn't real. Anyway, moving on. There she was. The bell, which lets the clerk know the arrival of a new customer, was still ringing when she approached. Thomas? Is that you? What are you doing here? I thought that I was wanted by the police. That I had fled from the city. I get that you thought the worst of me that day. We had barely met, and to see something like that all of a sudden. Oh, sorry. Mouse's wire is bothering me. Then I just stop moving my mouse and just moves again because the wire just needs to slack. To see something like that all of a sudden. Did you know? As I left the cafe in such a hurry, I didn't realize my bag was open. It would have been weird if you hadn't seen it. You don't have to explain yourself to me, Emily. I won't say anything. I'm sorry I had to see it, Thomas. I really am. When I heard the police sirens, I got scared. I thought that they were going to arrest you? That I could be in danger again. I was carrying that because for a few years now, I've been running away from someone. Let's just say he thought our relationship was very different from what it really was. And finally, I decided that I had to escape from him. At all costs. The day I had run away from the cafe, I thought he might have be close again. Wait a second. I'm so sorry, Emily. I had no clue about what was going on, and I confess that I thought the worst of you. I would have thought the same thing, honestly. Then apologize. How come you're here? Brad Sanders is my favorite writer. He was just released his new novel. Really? Why are you so surprised? Brad Sanders is my favorite writer, too. Everyone knows him for his Ethereal Mist saga, but I think his science fiction line is great. It's barely a second. It's barely been a second since we ran each other, and yet you've already left me speechless. Speechless. Again. Really? If it's not destiny, it surely seems like it. I admit, very second, I was completely captivated by Emily. Once the initial doubts had been cleared, knowing that being involved with her could be truly dangerous. Crystal clear. Crystal with an I? No, it's with a Y. Splendid! I'm assuming English is not their first language, the devs at all, which is understandable. It was crystal clear that Emily was one girl in a million. Someone who was worth fighting for. Even if it was for something as trivial as a book, a video game, or coffee. About the revolver. Everything's okay, Emily. In a second as I... Give me a second, I'm trying to do something. I'm sure find something. Where is the thing I'm looking for? This is not important to anything, really. Not really important to anything at all, but I am... fucking weird. I can't find anything, anyways. Everything okay, Emily? You don't need to. You don't need to explain anything. You don't need to explain anything yourself. I can't read. You don't need to explain yourself any further. I just wanted to know. I just want you to know that it's almost unloaded. I do carry a few bullets with me at all times, but if I'm honest, I've never had the courage to load a bullet into the drum. Do you think you would be able to use it, if necessary? Truth be told, I was hoping I'd never have to get to... I was hoping I would never get to that point. The good thing is, if you buy Sanders' book, you might knock him out by throwing it in his face. For Sanders, a short novel is the complete Lord of the Rings saga. Just like that, Emily relaxed. During our entire conversation, she didn't seem to know how to hide herself. Now I felt that we were sharing the same feelings as the time we were at the cafe. So, do you live around here? More or less. I work nearby and decided to stop by before heading home. Are you still working on what you told me about? The job is similar to social services. Kind of. Although I'm thinking about just starting fresh. New York? Paris? Emily couldn't help but smile. I wish I could. I have started an online photography class. Mainly curious, of course, but I hope I can develop into something more important. Do you feel like going for a walk and chatting some more? Only if you feel like it. I don't want you to feel uncomfortable. It would be my pleasure. Both of us bought a copy of the book, and a few moments later, we were walking through the door of the bookstore. We chatted longer than I can remember. Most things unimportant. Until she decided to take me to that park. The sun was already setting. The few people who were walking around were already returning home. The children's laughter and the dogs barking were fading away. I looked at Emily's face, staring at the park as if she was the only person in the world. I could see it. I still remember when I arrived in the city. Is that why you brought me here? I guess. I was only 16 and... You didn't tell me much about your past before you came here. In the cafe, you were elusive on that subject. I don't think I've talked about it since I ran away. From home? Yes. Theoretically. I can't say I had bad luck with my family. I had everything a girl could have wished for. I had toys and food. Even clothes I liked. The only thing I never had was someone who loved me. Even at that time, I barely remembered my parents' faces. I only have 2 or 3 memories of them, and honestly, I can't say they are either good or bad. They are similar there. They are simply there. Like an episode of a TV series that has no meaning to me. It's a memory, although you barely remember the faces of the main characters. As for school, it wasn't much better. No friends or teachers who cared about me. It was simply a requirement that I had to meet every day. I'm very sorry. I am, really. It's not your fault, Thomas. My parents worked a lot, and I guess having a daughter was not among their priorities. They simply met my needs, which was what was expected of them. That's easy with money. You can even do it without seeing your daughters directly. To go through all that being just a little girl, it's not something you can easily forget. That's for sure. I guess that's why we're here. I was 16 when I decided to change my life. To take the reins. If no one cared about me, I had to start taking care of myself. And it was in this very park that I met Seth. I guess Seth is... I think I already told you about him. Yes. It was the one I was running from in the cafe. And the reason why I carry a revolver in my purse. When I met Seth, he wasn't like that. During my first week in the city, I used to sleep in this park. I guess that's why I keep coming back here. Somehow, I still feel this park, this park. Sometimes I still feel this park like home. English! Not their fine suit. Remember that. Remember. The thing is, I met Seth one night, just like this. In this very park. He asked me if I was alone, and after learning a little about my situation, he invited me to dinner. That sounds risky. That sounds like the start of a kidnapping. Thankfully, you were not kidnapped. That is horrifying, either way. Scary. Not good. What's gonna be good to be distracted by everything that exists in the world. I love being distracted, it's great. Totally productive. Not really at all. Not productive in the slightest. Olive. Oh, sorry. Alright. Jesus. He asked me if I was alone. After learning a little bit about my situation, he invited me to dinner. I know I shouldn't have done it. It was dangerous to be with a stranger, but... honestly, I hadn't eaten since the morning of the day before. We ate at the Japanese restaurant on Fenwick Street. Now I get why you told me you used to go. Yeah. Seth loved Japanese food and got me to love it too. Truth be told, those were really happy moments in my life. That same night, I started living in his house. He told me that I reminded him of him a few years ago, that he just wanted to help me start this new life. I had a job, and in the end, we ended up being together.
Did he force you?
No, I was in love with him. But I guess you never get to fully know someone. And well, that's the story of my life. One day, he stopped coming home for a long time. At that moment, I took the chance to go to the police to report what he was doing to me. They told me about Seth's hidden life, a really dark one. They told me that as far as they know, I could rest easy. Seth was not in town.
Was he killed?
From what I was told, Seth was involved in something gang-related. He was doomed if he came back. Let's just say I had a lucky break, so to speak. Anyway, I got a gun just in case.
It was close to midnight, and we didn't want to stop being together. We saw if there was any place open at that time and to have a drink. And call it a chance or fate, but the only place open nearby was the cafe where we had met. We've only met twice, and we already have a favorite place.
Maybe the visual novel in which the protagonist runs a late-night coffee shop in a fantasy universe.
Not really. I have it on my wish list, but I haven't played it yet.
When I played it, I wondered who would open a coffee shop that late. Coffee talk. Probably.
That's my assumption. I'm assuming it's coffee talk.
Well, here's the answer.
I guess I knew we would need a place for coffee. It's Americano! They're Americans with milk. Well, with coconut milk.
Punctual as always.
And no fight along the way. When we ran into each other at the bookstore, we didn't know how to deal with the situation. But now, we both enjoyed every minute of each other's company. As if everything Emily had told me in that park was nothing but a triviality. You told me before that you had started a photography course.
Yes, I want to quit my current job, and photography is something that fascinates me.
Can I see some pics?
Right now, we're studying street photography in the course.
They're beautiful, Emily.
I've taken several during this times in that style. I think this is definitely what I want to do.
More real street photography?
Yes, completely. At first I wanted to explore other territories, but this appeals to me more. Besides, I'm already making some money with it.
Really? Then you're not that far away from your goal of leaving your current job.
It's complicated, but step by step. The guys in the photo were one of my last jobs. They wanted more natural photos of themselves. So they hired a session for me to take pictures of them without posing, in a more natural way.
It's the first time I hear about this kind of photo shoot.
These are the ones that are now being used in social media networks. Posting a photo that looks like you're not posing. A trend like any other.
At that moment, the police siren started again in the background. My heart shrank. I couldn't help but wonder if she was going to flee again.
Thomas, I will not leave you. You can rest assured.
For a moment, it seemed like Emily could read my mind. I don't quite know how, but that's when I began to understand that I could trust her.
I know you thought I was going to run away again. But not this time. Not ever again, Thomas. I promise.
I admit that, for a moment, I thought it had all been a dream. Something ephemeral. But I kept talking to Emily. At least a few more minutes. Until that happened.
I can't help but feeling that since we ran into each other at the bookstore, I've been the only one talking. My bad.
Not that I could tell you too much either. It's true that the plot of the Korean series you were watching is more interesting than my life.
Don't make fun of me, of course. Come on.
What do you want me to tell you?
What have you been doing since we met?
There aren't any chances in my life worth mentioning, to be honest. Changing from my life that worth mentioning. From that moment on, the highlights that I started working is that I started working some days remotely.
Oh, that's great.
In the end, most of the time I was working from this very cafe, so I...
From here?
Yes.
Even knowing I could show up here?
Emily, can I ask you a question?
Of course.
I understand that you carry that in your bag. But what I still don't understand is how you got it. At least in this country, it's not so easy to have something like this.
Well, it's also Seth's fault.
Seth gave you the gun?
No, but for his work. Do you remember that I told you that he was involved in gangs and such? Like that? According to the police?
I
don't want to tell you a lie, Thomas. I didn't know exactly what he did for a living, but I did know that what he was doing was not legal. In fact, it is thanks to him that I have this job.
So you too?
Not at all, really. But we did have contacts with who managed to get me into it. That's what I want to leave as soon as possible. That's why I want to leave as soon as possible. It's a good job. It helps other girls who have gone through what I have. But I want to be able to turn the page. Even move away from here.
But would it be possible for Seth to be dead? Wouldn't it?
The police told me they were looking for him, but not much else. That he had been killed was one of the possibilities.
So, why don't you get out of here? Why cling to a life that involves carrying that secret with you?
Thomas, I'd rather we stop talking about this, really.
Despite everything you've suffered because of him, you've stayed here, living as you wanted.
Stop it, Thomas.
Emily.
Thomas, you have no idea what you're talking about.
I never intended to upset her or alter her in a way. I was just trying to understand her. I had never seen that look on another person before. I sensed anger, fear, and suddenly, without thinking about it for a second, Emily pulled out her revolver. In the blink of an eye, she held it in her hands, pointed directly at me. You have no idea what it is to be pointed with a gun. Do you know that? To know that, if the situation gets out of control, even just a little bit, it may be the last. Thomas? You were petrified when you got here. I'm sorry. I thought I was over it. It's alright. That's what we are here for. But I keep wondering, how is it possible that she pulled out the gun in the cafe without anyone seeing her? It was late. I don't even understand how the cafe was open at that time. At that hour, even. It was only the barista and us in the room. Also, the barista was cleaning and hardly paid attention to us, since he gave us our coffees. I understand. What happened then? I stared at Emily. I didn't know exactly why I did it, but I could only keep looking into Emily's eyes. I knew she was judging me without a clue about what had happened. That's why I decided to keep quiet, not to say anything else. Look. A look full of understanding. I'm sorry. I really am. It's just that At that moment, a large number of people began to crowd outside the cafeteria? The cafeteria? The cafe. Oh shit! In nearby alley, someone had been shot at that very moment. I guess with the tension of the conversation, I completely ignored it. But the only thing I could focus on at that moment was the Brad Sanders book I'd purchased hours earlier. What do you think happened? I guess they tried to rob him. It was already quite late. Although, one way or another, I felt that person on the floor. It could have been me moments ago. And even in those brief moments when Emily pointed at me, I managed to get close to her. Even the feeling that I had fallen in love. But seeing all that awakened in me, the need to run away from everything, to escape from Emily. Thomas, what happened then? It's a hazy memory, but nothing. Nothing? After seeing the body and the book, my memories are completely blank. I just remember a deep need of running away. As if an alarm had gone off and I had to get out of that place as soon as possible. Because of Emily? It is likely. The next thing I remember is being at home. As if it was just another day. With Emily? No. As I said, I don't remember exactly what happened. But it was crystal clear that I didn't want to see her again. And I realized I was crazy for her. So it was the moment you stopped keeping in touch with her. So that was the moment you stopped keeping in touch with her. Yes. But the whole reunion with Emily was almost like a dream, wasn't it? All my doubts disappeared almost the very second we started talking in the bookstore. How can you not empathize with someone in her situation? When you face such traumatic stories, I guarantee you that it is difficult not to empathize. Even for someone who does what I do. It was clear to me that the weapon was the least of my worries. And that I couldn't judge a victim for trying to stop being one. While you were telling me earlier about what happened, I could see your affection for her. When we left the bookstore, we didn't stop talking. She told me she discovered Brad Sanders, my favorite writer. She tried to read his most acclaimed works, but could not connect with them. However, she found fascinating his line of science fiction and superheroes. Just like me. It may seem like a small thing, but these are things that make you connect. Tastes that make you feel unique. And when you meet someone like you, it makes you feel a little less lonely. This is normal for the attracted to be attracted to those who share our misunderstandings. And when there are so many, as in your case, it even seems as if someone had designed Emily for you. Someone perfect for me. Thomas, since we started discussing Emily and you, there's something you've been quite straightforward about. How important are social networks and the internet for you? We could even say that they are the origin of all this. I had an encounter through the post on Reddit. The constant search for someone with your taste and passions in forums. You even met your best friend over there. Could it be that not being used to real life interaction made you feel more vulnerable? It may be. I've often wondered if I should live less through screens. If I'm interested in a film, I ask about it on the social network. T. If I wanted to chat with people about a game, I know which subreddit to use for that. Subreddit. If I simply want to chat with my friends, I also go do it through Discord. Did you meet them for a coffee or a walk? As I told you some time ago, I met them through Reddit. Kate and William are my best friends, but they were living in another city at the time. As a result, I may have been more closed in on myself than I should have been. Your life was just a click away, wasn't it, Thomas? It was. Sometimes I realize that the posts suggested on Reddit, on T, or even YubTub knew me better than I knew myself. What I never expected was that Emily would take the leap of wanting independence from Seth. I didn't expect her to have made so much progress either. After everything she told me about Seth, honestly, I was glad she wanted to get away from that. When you knew she wanted to make a living from photography, you thought it was rather idealistic dream. Were you thinking the same thing at the time? The truth is that I understood that Emily knew what she was doing. She was taking classes, understanding what she was getting herself into. She didn't take any shortcut. Like watching the 2 videos on YouTube, and believing that she could do anything. Also, she showed me some of her photographs. It became clear to me that she had talent. She told me she always had customers. She showed those customers, didn't she? She already accepted clients for social media photography. Not only that, she told me that she had registered on several websites to get a job as a freelancer. Photo editing, retouching, things like that. It may not seem much right now, but according to what she told me, it was getting better. Good enough to become independent of Seth in the short term. From what she told me, it was likely. She knew what she was getting into. She mentioned leaving the city, didn't she? Yes, she thought about it, but she wasn't sure where. She believed that if she could pay her own rent, it was much better to do it anywhere from here in case Seth came back. Seth's shadow was always looming over Emily, even when she heard the police sirens at night. As much as she told me I could be at ease, I knew she wasn't comfortable. I knew she wanted to escape in any way possible. I thought I heard something in the... I didn't hear anything. I didn't hear anything. I'm hearing things. Oh, I'm delusional. That's fine. I'm delusional! Everybody. And she would escape in any way possible. She was terrified. She was so terrified that she was carrying around that gun. Yes. I still think I was no one to judge her. I couldn't imagine what she could be like. But the moment she pointed that gun at me, my whole world shattered. And the gun barrel right in front of me. I admit that, in one way or another, I understood how she felt. I knew it had no ammo. She always had it unloaded. But even so, feeling that everything could end with a gesture as small as pulling the trigger, it's something that makes me rethink a lot of things. Were you afraid then? At all. Is that why you did not move an inch? Did you feel anything? I felt a deep sense of anger towards the person who was doing that to Emily. And love? You told me before. I don't understand how, but between the vulnerability I felt in front of the gun and the adrenaline, I understood all that Emily had to go through during that time. I wasn't able to empathize with her more. It sounded crazy, but at that moment, I fell madly in love with her. Have you ever felt anything like that before, Thomas? Feeling vulnerable in front of someone you cared about? Maybe. I admit that the feelings I remember are confusing. Before I met Emily, if I'd been asked if I was interested in someone, I think I would have said Kate. Is Kate one of your friends you met on Reddit? Yes. I met Kate commenting games of Saga like Hayakusa in a subreddit. Every time we met on the same subreddit, I felt I could chat with her without volition. Zealotry. Zealotry? What the fuck is zealotry? You know how the internet is. As soon as you deepen into any subject, fanatics or all kinds appear. Start chatting through Discord, and that was more than 5 years ago. Give me a second. Jesus. Whoa. Brain is not braining right now. To this day, I consider her my best friend, along with her brother, William. Do you love her? I don't quite understand why, but I don't know. It's as if, by thinking about it, my ability to feel it has been blocked. As if there was a firewall that would not let me access that part of my memories. I don't understand what you mean, Thomas. Sorry. Only a metaphor I could come up with something work-related. Don't worry. Continue. Basically, I don't know how I feel about Kate. Other than she is my best friend. Love can be contradictory, and even more so when you encounter adversity. In Kate's case, it's distance. In Emily's case, a gun in front of my eyes. I didn't mean it that way. But, yes. After I signed up, I thought deeply about what I was feeling of her. Was it feeling like the one I had for Emily even enough to let something like that go? It depends on each person, on the real interests between everything. Intentions, not interests. Intentions. I know, but I think about how I reacted, and I think I would do the same thing again. Moving to new city? I knew what she was going through. I didn't want to feel vulnerable. I knew what she was going through, but I didn't want to feel vulnerable. Involved, even. Having a gun pointed at me once was more than enough Did you see the body? The boy who was shot outside as a red flag? What if it happened? What if it had been me? On top of that, with Brad Sanders' book, I guess I interpret it as a signal to run away. And for that reason, you went to the city where Kate and William lived? Yes. I spent some time working from the coffee shop. I'm just gonna go. Be right back. Dehydrate. Be right back. Be right back. Catch your time. And a bat. Oh. It fell off. Wait a second, I put it back on. You can hear me, now, we're good. There we go. I spent some time working from the coffee shop. Obsessed with that Emily might appear through the door. Thanks to that, I had managed to make my job 100% home-based. And I thought it was the best thing to do. I could get away from it all. Nothing for sure, but it was impossible to bump into that part of my life again. Knowing that for sure, that it was impossible to bump into that part of my life again. I could hang out with Kate and with William. I could have a normal life. Did you ever say anything about it to Emily? No, not at all. The next day was when I made the decision. How long did it take you to move? 1 or 2 months. It was not too complicated. I asked for permission at work to video call them instead of going in person on certain days. Since they didn't give me any problem about it, it was just a matter of looking for an apartment. That was it. It's not like that city was very crowded either. Oh, he does know contractions. It's real. He does know contractions. He just doesn't like using them half the time. He likes being too wordy. For some reason, he likes to not using contractions like 80% of the time. For some reason. Don't know why. Fucking weirdo. Fucking weirdo. On the contrary, it took me almost as long to move as it took the movers to give me the okay. In addition, Kate and William offered to help me to look at the apartments there. I would look at rental websites and they would visit them, pass me pictures and give me their opinion. I understand. It was almost an overnight thing. Yes. So, let's go back to the day you arrived with moving truck at your apartment for the first time. The first day you started living there. Since there's something I don't quite understand, How did you end up living with Emily? Chapter 3. The Move. Moving company had just brought the last of the boxes up to the apartment. Since it was the second floor, it didn't take too long to bring everything up there. Even taking into account that the building has no elevator, it didn't take too long. Except for the bed, the sofa, and the desk where I worked. The rest of the furniture was already loaded. The 3 memories I can treasure fit into a few boxes. I can't say it was a particularly complicated move. I cleared the entrance area in the kitchen boxes. I organized the boxes around the room so they wouldn't get in the way. Even around the bedroom, which I had already prepared for the first night. In those first moments in my new home, I sighed with relief. Relief to be able to leave it all behind. Relief to be in a place where I was going to feel supported. Kate and William would arrive soon. We had agreed that they would help me unpack all the boxes. In addition, inaugurate the kitchen, since William had offered to prepare dinner himself. The street was quiet, with no hustle and bustle. It was a promising start in the city. In that very moment, my phone rang. Kate? What is it?
We're at the door of the building. We don't know which apartment is yours.
It is 202.
Perfect.
Seconds later, the doorbell rang. New life was finally beginning. Thomas, you're finally here. Best tug ever, Kate. Rest assured that I will no longer use you as a real estate agent. No problem with me. We'll bill you. We'll bill you now. William! Don't be an idiot. I was kidding, Kate. Thank you so much for your support. Without you, I wouldn't. I would have been nearly. I would not. It wouldn't. It wouldn't have been nearly as easy as it was. We were even more excited when you decided to move here. I don't want to be a party pooper, but I'm gonna let us in. Or would you like to have dinner in the hallway? We all laughed and went into the apartment. I tell you a little bit so we could sit down. We didn't come here to sit. We're to help with you with the move. With you move. Right, William? I thought we were here for dinner, not to work for Thomas. Don't be like that, William. I'm sure Thomas isn't up for your nonsense after a whole day of moving. Don't worry, Kate. I know he's kidding. Not that he's too good at it, though. What an answer! And I was the one who was out of line. Anyway, in the end, you are 2 peas in a pod. I don't know why you're so worried, Kate. She can't help it. Having your brother like you. We all laughed. After so long to be alone and not having this kind of human contact, this get-together was a breath of fresh air. Well, shall we start unpacking? Or we're going to spend the day chatting? Aye aye, Captain. In a couple of hours, we had everything unorganized. Kate was trying hard, very hard, even harder than myself. I could tell she wanted me to stay and live here, to live closer to her. There. After all the complaints, William, didn't you say you were going to cook? I don't see you cooking yet, William. Now everyone is against me. How easy is it to attack the defenseless person between two? What are you going to cook? Well, since we are inaugurating the kitchen, I thought I'd do a culinary test to the apartment. So I was going to prepare roasted meat with fries and my secret sauce. Woo! So sophisticated. Indeed. Indeed. I'm worried about whether I'm going to be able to afford this gourmet dinner. You're making jokes. But in the end, the one who's cooking is me, so... Don't bite the hand that feeds you. Who knows what might happen. Jokes aside, thank you so much. I appreciate your offering to check everything in the kitchen. Is there anything wrong? If there's anything wrong, it is better to tell the landlord on the first day and not on a month later. So I can avoid future misunderstandings. Don't worry. You have left the mission in good hands. Even if he doesn't look like it. He's a good chef. You're too late for compliments. By the way, Thomas, I have some bad news about the kitchen. What's going on? You have a leak that is dropping right on the countertop. It's not much. In fact, it was quite unnoticed, but it's better to communicate as soon as possible. Well, you sure have been effective in looking for issues? That's what I'm paid for. I decided to call the landlord ASAP. I wasn't particularly worried about it. About it. Typos. About it. But I wanted him to know that I wasn't accountable for that. Besides, I didn't know how long it had been the leak going on. I don't know how long the leak had been going on. Nor the problems it could cause. Nor. You don't need the or. Just nor. Hello, this is Thomas, the lieutenant. I was calling to inform you of an incident. I happened to start preparing dinner when I found that there was a leak just above this countertop. Oh, perfect. Thank you very much. I look forward to it. What happened, Thomas? The truth is that the conversation went very quick, very fast. Apparently, it was a malfunction that we already knew about. The upstairs apartment had a water leak recently. The maintenance guy had fixed it, but it didn't seem to have fixed it at all. So, what do we do? He told me would call the tenant in 302 and above me to shut off that section of water. On Monday, maintenance will return from the weekend and fix the leak. Also, he said he could confirm that the 301 tenant turns off the water. It wasn't long before the landlord called me back. Hello? Okay, no problem. Thank you so much. Solved? No, apparently the person in 20302 is not answering the phone. He told me to come over and see if I could get him to open the door for me. You want me to go? You look very tired after all the hustle and bustle of the day. Don't worry. I'll take this opportunity to introduce myself. It seems that it is a recurrent failure. If it seems that is a recurrent failure, it is highly likely it will happen again. Better to get to know each other from the beginning. It looks like it beginning of a good friendship. Let's hope that this is just the beginning of the end of the leak. It's going to be here again. I went the stairs at the end of the hallway. The 302nd floor was right above mine, so it wasn't complicated to find the door. I knocked on my neighbor's door. I didn't think I was prepared for what I was going to find behind it. Emily? I confess that as soon as I saw her, I felt the need to run away. Not to look back. But she was the same person I ended up falling in love with. Even if that had happened while she was pointing a gun at me. It's a rare thing. I didn't expect you to come see me. How much where I lived? I didn't know. I just moved down here. And there's a leak in your plumbing. The landlord told me to come upstairs to see if you could turn off the water. So, do you live below? All this? I didn't expect to see you here. Neither did I, Thomas. I'm sorry you had to go through all that. I didn't mean to. You told me something I didn't want to admit, and the situation eventually got the worst of me. I don't know what to say. Just one thing. Can you help me to cut the water? Recently, the maintenance guy came and told me where the valve was, but I can't close it. Of course. I went to Emily's house. Show me where the water shut-off valve was. I quickly closed it. No one spoke during the whole thing. Neither she, nor me. Thank you, Thomas. It's alright. The landlord told me that that maintenance would come on Monday to fix the issue. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Sorry. Excuse me. Sorry. See you soon. Thomas? You need to know. I left the town because of you. What do you mean? When we were in the alley, and we saw that kid on the ground. I saw what I could have done to you. I'm not like that, Thomas. That's why I ran off without even saying goodbye. I went home, gathered my things, and I went to see some friends. I started working the next day in a photography studio. They didn't need anybody, but they did me a favor. Notice that. What? Yeah, they didn't need anybody, but they did me a favor. Notice Seth? No, it was my friend's parents' studio. I spent 2 weeks taking passport photos. Nothing serious. Shortly after that, I had a call from the police station. Seth was back. That's why you moved to another city? Exactly. The next day, I arrived here with the clothes on my back. I stayed in a hostel for a few days, but as soon as I got this apartment, after I got this apartment, I'm very sorry. After hearing all that, the same feeling that I had that day I met her in the cafeteria came back. I guess I couldn't ask someone who had been through so much to suddenly change. I lived through a traumatic moment that ended in nothing. And? Excuse. Did I press too much? And did you get a job? More or less. I continue to do footage retouching assignments from home. Also, there seems to be a lot of demand here for social media and photo shoots. Thanks to the assignments I received from a photography app, I incur my expenses. I'm really glad. Emily, do you have any friends too? Now tell me why I have to buy a few dollars of water? Water. Sorry. But I mean to buy a few bottles of water. No less. Some friends and I are celebrating my moving. Would it to come to dinner? As compensation for leaving you without water the whole weekend. Are you sure, Thomas? I don't want to be a burden. You are not. Really. We went down to my apartment. As I thought about what I was going to tell my friends about Emily. Meet Emily. Ah, goddamn. We are back again, for fuck's sake.
It's gonna be okay. Sorry about that. It's me problem. It is me problem. It is me problem. Who's going BRB? Bruh. Anyways. Anyway. Where were we?
Meet Emily. They're Kate and William.
Nice to meet you.
My voice.
Nice to meet you. I'm sorry to interrupt your housewarming party. Don't worry at all. The more the merrier. Well, let me ask you something. Who are you? Did you already know Thomas?
Oh, there goes my cup. Jeez, I'm good.
It was empty. Or was it a romantic crush worth... Or was it a romantic crush worthy of Hollywood? Boy and girl are neighbors, and by an unimportant coincidence, a legendary love begins. William! Don't be like that. Don't worry. I confess that I would have said something like that if I met you. If I were you. A girl with a good sense of humor.
Emily's a friend from my old hometown. We hadn't spoken for a while, and by chance, she's now my upstairs neighbor.
What a coincidence. Too much, I'd say.
Okay, so she is a real person. As people are now talking to her. Okay, so he's not going mad as far as I'm aware. He's not gone mad just yet. So far, he's a very sane human being as far as I can tell. So. Kate knew about Emily. She didn't know everything, but she knew she had been someone quite important in my life. In order not to worry her, I never told her about the weapon, but I knew I didn't see my memories of her through a rose-colored glasses.
Well, shall we sit at the table? With a box on top of it? Everything was already prepared. I'll get an extra portion for Emily. It's a good thing that I like to prepare food for several days.
We set out the silverware and glasses and sat down at the dining table.
What do you do, Emily? Well, I have just started to dedicate my life to photography. That sounds interesting. Is that why you moved here? Not exactly. I simply wanted to start fresh. What about you? I work with Thomas as a programmer at the same company. And William? Honestly, I don't know. Hey, don't be mean to me, Kate. I'm a video game developer. My brother made a game that became the most viral for a week. Streamers and YouTubers are nothing else. I did nothing else worldwide during that week but played my game. Maybe you know it? It's called Electrician Simulator. Did you make that game? I just said I did, motherfucker. I bought it when it came out to play with some friends online. Thank you. Hope you had a good time. The thing is that after that week, nobody remembers that game anymore. But of course, my brother made quite a lot of money thanks to the sales of this first game. He could take 2 sabbaticals. I'm working on my next game. What? I'm working on my next game. He's very strict with me.
Or not enough.
You always take her side. I have already decided that next time I will not defend you. By the way, Thomas, you had never told me that about Emily before. For all I knew, the only woman in your life was Kate. Enough, William. Okay. I'm being pinged for a third time in a row. That's for the movie. That's not important at all. It's fucking stupid poll. It's a shitpost poll. Anyways.
Emma and I met by chance at a cafe. We met a couple of times. I guess it didn't come up.
So, do we have to worry about Emily? What are your intentions for Thomas?
Emily smiled. I think it was the first time I saw such a relaxed and carefree smile.
So far, my plans to flood his apartment have been dashed. What a shame. But otherwise, I haven't thought about it yet.
We all laughed, except for Kate. Since Emily had arrived, Kate had been extremely quiet. Possibly because she didn't feel entirely comfortable with Emily.
And that's it. And what's it like working with Thomas, Kate? Well, it's not like we're side by side for very long either. In the end,
everyone works from home and we all talk a little through the work app.
I thought you had a closer relationship at work.
No.
Not so much.
Okay.
And are you adjusting to the city, Emily? When I arrived, I was a little lost. But I think I'm already all settled in. Even more so now that I know Thomas is downstairs.
Wink wonk. I didn't know Emily well enough. What's more, it had been just the two of us, and I didn't know what she was like in a more relaxed situation. But I admit that as I chatted with Kate, it looked like she was trying to provoke her somehow.
Don't get your hopes up. Thomas, outside of programming and video games, is not that much help. A moment ago, he was avoiding a flood in the apartment below mine.
He was just turning off a valve, Emily. It was no big deal. I'm not gonna fucking drown from you not closing your water pipe. It's a small ass drip for now.
The important thing is that it was you, the one who there do it. The important thing is that it was you, the one there do it. That is not English.
More problem with English, but that's
not their fault.
I assume that English is not their first language or something like that, still.
Who knows? Not me. Don't you think? I guess. So, you've known each other your whole lives?
No.
A few years ago, we started chatting on Reddit, and little by little, we grew to trust each other. And now, you are like siblings, aren't you? I can how you really trust each other. Yes, I guess so. Kate? What's wrong with you? Nothing. I'm just a bit tired. And here was I, giving her the 3rd degree. But how about a drink to get your spirits back up? Is there something wrong, Thomas? Nothing. It's just that. Don't you remember what happened? Not sure. Try to remember, Thomas. What happened next? I took out a drink to relax the atmosphere, and we went home to get something to drink. Emily went home to get something to drink. I think this is a fantastic idea, William. I'm going to my apartment, as I have one that I'm sure you will love. Don't worry, Emily. I have something here. It's the least I could do. I think I've made Kate uncomfortable. I'm very sorry. I really am. It was nothing, Emily. I'm just tired. That's all. That said, I'll go for the drink. Within minutes, Emily arrived with the bottle in her hands. We pour the liqueur, into some glasses that I took out of the pantry and toasted. Don't you drink, Emily? I can't right now. I have a bit of a cold and can't mix medication with alcohol. It was delicious all the same. That sounds suspicious. That feels suspicious and concerning. Why are you not drinking with us, Emily? I'm a bit concerned about this. A bit concerned. Very concerned, actually. Not just a bit, I'm very concerned. This feels suspicious. This feels suspicious. Suspicious. And concerning. This feels concerning. And suspicious. Give me a second. Sorry. It was all the same. You'll tell me where you got it from. I'll take the secret to my grave. Wine liquor. Good liquor. We all laughed and just moments later, Kate and William started yawning. I don't think I have any stamina left. I'm sorry. I'm a little tired too. We should get going. We said goodbye to William and Kate. We could barely stand up, though. I guess that, after the whole day of moving, our stamina was starting to run low. Thomas, you look very tired. Would you like me to walk you to your room? Don't worry, Emily. I'm fine. Thomas,
You almost bumped into the couch just now. Come on, I'll help you. With difficulty, Emily carried me to my bedroom, where she laid me down. In that moment, Emily rolled onto her back and removed her shirt and pants. What? I couldn't believe what was happening. Emily was next to me, on the bed, in her underwear. And I could hardly do anything. Emily, what are you doing? I thought it would be nice way to end the night. Emily, I think you're not thinking straight. I invited you to dinner. But with no hidden agenda. And even less for this. I thought we felt the same way. That you liked me. Even... Emily. Since I met you, everything has been very complicated. Of course I have feelings for you. That's obvious. But I can't ignore everything that has happened since we met. Do you think I have forgotten? All this time, I've had a hard time trusting anyone. Even those who were supposed to be my friends. I was always on the lookout, in case they might be collaborating with Seth. But one day, some idiot tried to take my coffee from me in a coffee shop. And without hardly understanding why, that idiot is the only one I can trust. Even... love. Emily. Don't worry, promise. I'm leaving. Emily, wait. I confess that I feel the same way about you. Even when you took that out of the bag. I'm sorry. I really am. I understood what you wanted to show me. Your helplessness. But it's something I have a hard time letting go. Thomas, I had moved to a new city. I was so afraid that Seth might follow me. I didn't tell anyone where I was going. I simply wanted to start a new life. I didn't even plan to see you again, no matter how much it hurt. And just when I thought I could start fresh, you knocked on my door. If that's not destiny, I honestly don't know what else it could be. At that moment, Emily approached me. She started kissing me. And finally, we ended up spending the night together. I know you've told me this before, but I still don't understand how after how she made you feel, you ended up having an intimate relationship with Emily. I could tell you a million excuses. Alcohol may not have let me think clearly. I in no position to contradict Emily, as she was very insistent. I should have carried away. But if I look inside myself, honestly, I wanted to be intimate with Emily. It's natural, Thomas. Although, in an unconventional way. After all, you were in love with Emily. But I admit that I didn't want to complicate things. I had escaped from a city to forget all that with her. And 5 minutes later, I was in my new apartment with Emily, lying on my bed. It's not the most common, of course. But in the end, our subconscious is madly searching for what it wants. Maybe didn't realize at the moment, but it's likely that she ended up in that city because of something you told Emily at some point. Or destiny. had pulled its strings so that you could be together. At that moment, it crossed my mind that maybe I had unconsciously gone after Emily. And soon after, I put that all in my mind. I didn't want to be with someone who could directly put me in danger. Either because of her own life, or on her own. That's understandable, Thomas. There is a question I wanted to ask you. If you don't want to answer, you don't have to. But it would be really interesting to know what kind of chemistry you had with each other. Sure. How was your intimate relationship? Did you connect? That's possibly the weirdest thing of all. Why? Because I don't remember. So you don't know if you had a relationship with Emily? Yes, we did, or at least I think we did. Emily the next morning told me that it had been something very special for her. She gave me some detail, so to say, about what happened during the night. Did you lose consciousness? No, of course not. Quite Emily. At first I was really active after drinking some water. But when we finished, I just fell asleep. It hadn't exactly been a relaxing day. And from what I know, you're not used to drinking. Very little. Only this type of occasion. What happened the following morning? Actually, it was all very simple. I confessed her that I thought it had been a mistake. That it had been something special, but that I thought it would be best if we were only friends. Emily, how did she take it? Pretty well. She even apologized. She told me that she knew I was not in the best conditions, that maybe she had insisted too much. I understand. On one of the notes, I understand that the reunion with your friends in the new city went well. It was the best thing that ever happened to me. After so long living alone, with virtually no social interaction other than work, it was a breath of fresh air. I'd like to chat about them so we could get to know each other better. How is your relationship with William? William is one of the people I admire the most. As crazy as it may sound, Kate did not introduce me to William. But wasn't he her brother? I assumed Kate would introduce him to you. The truth is that it was a great coincidence. William was making the game that would go viral a few months later. The thing is that Kate was helping him test it, and I saw that in his Discord, he was playing Electrician Simulator. I looked up the game and saw that it had been a demo. It had a demo, so I gave it a try. I really like the simulator genre, so it caught my attention for the first second. From the first second. The game was very funny, very fun, and I started to be active in the game forum. As William responded on the forum to find out what people thought, we gradually became friends. And did Kate know? One day she saw me playing the game, and one of our conversations while playing online showed me that she had seen me playing. Showed me that I told her that I really liked the demo, and that I was looking forward to the release. There she told me that her brother was the creator, and I told her that we had been chatting on Discord, playing online for a while. The truth is that it was a rather curious coincidence. It is. I expected your relationship with William to be much more conventional. When I've mentioned it at work, people often find it hard to believe. But it is what it is. Shogunai, as the anime people would say. What about Kate? You told me that you had met her on the internet, but that you had not met much. Talking with Kate is weird, as I often feel I've forgotten a lot of things we've been through. As I told you, I didn't exactly remember my feelings for her. Be happy to see her joining the move. Of course! After all, William and she and her were the reason I moved there. If I think about it coldly, I don't understand why I didn't do it before. What do you mean? There was nothing to tie me to the old city. Even work was not an impediment. Now that I think about it, I don't understand why I lived there for so long. Knowing that I was so close to living close to the people I cared about. We often analyze the past and fail to understand the decisions we made. It is part of life. Living and learning from what had happened to us. But, on second thought, I think I could have moved anywhere to be with Kate. Even if I were in love with her at that time. Yes. Maybe. Speaking of Kate, it seemed that during dinner she wasn't too comfortable. When we were having dinner with Emily, a little direct. Emily was a little direct with Kate. In which sense? She spoke on several occasions about the relationship she had with me. That she considered me someone she was very close to and those sort of things. Was she jealous? I don't know exactly. I don't know, honestly. Everything about Kate at this point in my life is very confusing and hard for me to remember. Kate may have wanted a deep relationship with you and Emily. Kate may have wanted a deep relationship with you, and Emily may have gotten it. It may not have sat entirely well with her. Yes, that makes sense. I'd never been with more people than... I'd never been with more people when I was with Emily. Is that him? Yeah, this is him. Wrong pronoun. Anyways. I'd never been with more people. I'd never been with more people when I was with Emily. That made it easier for me to have conversations with her than I could hardly have with anyone else. Didn't she usually talk with Kate on Discord? Yes, but it's not the same. Exactly. Talking in person and talking out loud are two different things. I would know. I experienced it, except it wasn't that difficult. It was that different for me. For the most part, I guess. But sometimes it is, you know. People are scary, especially in person. Spoopy doopy. Although I talked to her many times, we would talk about our day-to-day lives, or we were playing. Sometimes I think I remember we went further, but I don't think ever to the level I had with Emily. And with William? With William, I do remember being much more open. But with Kate, it was very confusing. It felt very confusing. And I don't quite understand why. Let's go out to dinner. Was Kate very talkative? Until almost the end, she practically did not comment much. William was the center of the party, as usual, and Emily did participate heavily in the conversation. He managed to integrate well with you. Yes, At least with William. But after Kate and Emily spoke more directly, the atmosphere was not as relaxing as before. Did you do anything to relax the atmosphere? Not at first. I'm having a hard time thinking clearly, but I don't understand why Kate might have been upset. I'll be right back. Oh, my nose. My nose from... I don't know. Get back. Jesus, I'm not sure why my nose is runny. I'm getting sick. I may never fully understand Kate. Even if she was your best friend? It may be. I understand that because of all that. William commented about having a drink at the end of the dinner. Posture check, thank you for the posture check. Kimmy. And hi, thank you. Water. Tasty water. The atmosphere had become a bit heated. William tried to calm things down by suggesting it. I guess William quickly identified that his sister was not too comfortable. And so he tried to quickly change the subject. Under William's appearance, who looks like someone who only talks in jest, he was a very sensitive person. He is also very protective of his sister. It's certainly natural that he would be so attentive. Likewise, Emily's pretty quick as well. I didn't expect her to be so attentive. And if her to be so attentive. It took her a while to bring the liquor from home, but it seemed she wanted to make amends for making Kate uncomfortable. But what happened? No. Nothing. I guess it was my imagination. This thing happened with Kate that you didn't tell me before about? No, it wasn't that. Rather, the taste of the liquor. I'd had it more than once, but I didn't remember it tasting like that. I'd been taking it for a long time. Huh? What? Sometime, yes. What are they talking about? The last time was at the company Christmas dinner. Too long to remember something so specific? I guess so. After the liquor, we all started to get really tired, and that's when what happened. What I told you before happened. Did you rest the next day? Initially, yes, but in the morning, after Emily left my apartment, Kate called me. She asked me if I wanted the three of us to spend the day together. Since after this reunion, I sensed that it might have affected me. Kate knew much of what happened. I told you. I thought it would be good to get out and clear my head. Where'd you go? There's a retro arcade in the center of town, and they wanted to show it to me. That was he returned home with Kate. Isn't that right, Thomas? Yes, that's right. Tell me what happened that day, Thomas. Explain to me. How you found Emily inside your house that day? Chapter 4. Friends. Ooh, being crazy. Emily had left my apartment. Although she left in a friendly way, you could sense some tension between us. Even more so, I couldn't remember anything that had happened between us. I appreciated Kate's call, timely as always, to take my mind off the previous day's hustle and bustle. We had arranged to meet at a coffee shop next to my apartment. They knew I was passionate about coffee and told me that they knew of an amazing coffee shop nearby. My surprise, it was the same one I used to go to in my own town. I didn't know it was a franchise. Call it destiny, I guess. Hey, Thomas. We're here. Hi, guys. Did you have a good night? Yesterday, we were exhausted after dinner. During dinner, I still had strength, but in the end, my body could not take it anymore. And you weren't the one who made the most effort during the move. Right, Thomas? He supported us with his incredible presence. Every group needs someone to cheer the others. I sacrificed myself to assure this great responsibility. Assume this great responsibility. He burst into laughter. If it weren't for William, he would surely have been much more tense about what happened that day before. Have you ordered? We already have our coffees. And we already ordered yours. I don't think the priest even knew what could be done. That could be done. Not everyone is prepared for a palate as fine as Thomas's. Someday I'll get you to try it. You'll see that you won't want anything else. Better sit tight, Thomas. American with coconut milk? Just in time. Well? How about Emily? There's a brief silence. Over a few seconds. Until I finally decided to respond. I didn't expect to find her here. It was another strange situation. I don't get is why you invited her to have dinner with us. After everything you had told me. I think I'm missing out. What happened with Emily? Actually, I only know Emily from 2 specific moments. The first time I talked to her for a whole morning in a coffee shop. Practically identical to this one. And she ended up running away from me when she heard the police sirens. Was she a fugitive? The second time, she explained why she ran away. It was out of fear of her, at the time, partner. That's too bad. So if Emily is the victim in all of this, why is it so weird that you were nice to her? Apparently, something happened that second time, but Thomas hadn't told me what it was. Let's just say, I didn't like what I found out about Emily. And when I did, I decided to get away from her as soon as possible. I can't imagine what could have worried you so much about her. And if the reaction was that, you really must have had a good reason. Kate's look showed concern. The tone of voice in which she spoke was delicate, as if she believed that a bad word would hurt my feelings. I don't know if I did the right thing or not. But at the time, I didn't want to face that kind of situation. It might have been selfish. But I wasn't ready. You've truly left me intrigued. But if that's what you feel at that time, you want to get away from her, you crash at my house. Tomorrow, real estate agent Kate and William head out to find a new apartment. Don't worry, William. Thanks. When I went up to her apartment yesterday, she explained some things I didn't understand. To be told, I really wanted to believe her. You know, you can count on us, right? I know. That's also why I decided to move here. After a few seconds of silence between us, William finally stepped in to save the situation. Chop chop. You have a busy schedule today. What's on the agenda? I'm just gonna blow my nose. I hope I'm not getting sick. That'd be annoying if I was getting sick randomly. Hopefully it's just a one-off thing, or am I just fucking allergies, hopefully. I don't have any allergy meds on me, so gotta deal with this. Not in pain. Gotta deal with this. Rip. What's on the agenda? What's on the agenda? I can read English words. There's our arcade downtown, and we thought you'd fancy going there. And then we are going to stop by the bookstore. Why? Aren't you going to buy anything? Are you going to buy anything? And possibly you too. You're all over the place, aren't you? You are all over the place, aren't you? At that moment, I understood everything. Brad Sanders' new book. Indeed. This time it has taken him quite a while to release another one of his books. 2 or 3 months since the previous one. You can tell he's out of shape. The three of us started laughing. I regained my spirits and remembered why I was there. And we headed off to spend the morning in the arcade. We arrived at the arcade. As I walked through the door, I looked like I had traveled back in time. Machines that I hadn't seen since childhood. Which were old even then. Luminous marquees with games that were the king's more than 3 decades ago. And top it off, the owner of the place, from time to time, the mood with a little smoke. As in concerts. I think they wanted to represent as faithful as possible what an arcade was in the 80s or 90s. And as tobacco was nowadays forbidden in these parts of places, they had that idea. What do you think of this ode to video games? I had no idea this place existed. Did we surprise you? Completely. And best of all, play you on the arcade as much as you want. The entrance fee allows us to stay here all morning playing as much as you want. Hell yeah. I like that even more. That's pretty fucking awesome, actually. I mean, it's pretty cool. Just like play the game as long as I want. Just pay fee, just pay attention, and that's it. That's pretty cool, actually. I would down for something like that. I mean, that sounds fucking baller. And it's like a steal. Like a fucking steal. No, I don't place this one. Okay, never mind. Being distracted again by the dumbest things in the world. Come on. There we go. Okay.
If you excuse me, I just saw there was a Street Warriors 2 tournament and it's time to show everyone who's been the king of this game for more than 20 years. Don't come back without a trophy. Down on it. Kate and I were on our own. Kate and I were on our own. It was the first time we were going on without William since I had arrived in town. Just a day and a half. And I think it was what I had truly been waiting for all this time. Would you like to play Final Punch? Ever since you watched the anime, it's all you think about, isn't it? You got me. Let's go. We started playing, and it wasn't long before I decided to ask Kate about Emily. Kate, what was going on with you yesterday at dinner? I don't understand, Thomas. What are you talking about? When you were talking with Emily, you seemed really uncomfortable. I wouldn't say that you got annoyed with her. I could tell Kate was not at ease. She was constantly looking at the ground, as if the answer had fallen there from her brain. A few seconds later, she began to speak. Has Emily talked about you? I realized that you two felt something for each other. She spoke of you with affection, even love. I had never thought there was something so deep between you. Even less knowing that you had me twice only. I met twice only. Met only twice. It was difficult to explain. But would that bother you? The possibility of us being together. Thomas, you really don't know. Haven't you realized? I like you, Thomas. I like you very much. Kate. You don't have to say anything, really. When I met you, I just saw you as a friend. Little by little, my feelings changed until I knew. I want to be with you. Up until yesterday, I thought that somehow you might feel the same about me. I'd be lying if I told you I had no feelings for Emily.
or that she didn't confess her feelings.
Do you love her?
I don't know. I left the city precisely to leave her behind, so I wouldn't be dragged into a life that I knew I didn't want, and also be closer to you two, the two of you, to be with you. At that moment, even though I knew it would hurt her, I decided to tell her what had happened the night before with Emily. But yesterday, when you left, Emily carried me to the bed as I was tired. And although I remember practically nothing of what happened, we ended up spending the night together. On another day. Oh, not important. Okay. It was a dreadful silence. I didn't know what else to say. It seemed that Kate wanted to say something, but no sound came out of her mouth. I knew it would hurt her, but I also knew she should know.
I'm sorry, Thomas. I need a minute.
Kate got up and hurried to the restroom. I knew I had to tell her as soon as possible, and I don't think there was any way in which I could sugarcoat what had happened. Minutes later, she came back, more relaxed, and without giving me much time to say anything, she asked me directly,
Do you love her, Thomas?
what happened, Kate? I told her this morning that she agreed that maybe she had pushed me too hard. Even more so knowing that it was not right.
Thomas, what happened to make you run away from your city?
Thomas? Yeah. Sorry. I zoned out for a second.
Don't worry. What did you tell Kate?
Ooh. This is an interesting crossroad. Interesting crossroad. It is 7 now. So I could leave it off here for next week. Cliffhanger. Final cliffhanger. I'm gonna do that. Yeah, we're gonna do that. We're gonna do that. We're gonna leave it there for now. We're gonna go over here. Go with the face cam with talking screen. Turn off the funny lighting setting. Alright. That's it for me today. We're gonna end it there. Interesting game so far. Don't forget to wish this. I've got to say this. I'm dumb. So Tom, I've got to say this. Wish this a game on Steam. The game is out. I guess it came out on the 13th. It came out. It was pinned. It's been pinned this whole time. I forgot to mention it. I'm dumb. I am bad at this. Lol. I'm so bad at this, but that's fine. I think. I'm gonna try. I'm gonna move this next week. I think. I'm interested in this game. Hi, Bolivia. Women. Well. About that, this game is straight. That's a straight game. Not a lesbian game. It's a straight game. I'm a dude. I play as a dude in this game, but it's interesting so far. I'm intrigued. I'm interested to play more of it next week. But if you wanna, try it out yourself, the link is pinned in chat, and it is not that expensive on Steam. I believe it's a pretty good price on Steam, if I remember correctly. I forgot how much it was actually on Steam. I forgot. It is 10%. It's like $10 basically, less $10. Currently on a 25% sale. I don't know. Of course, I say 25%. I didn't read my fucking brain. It's on sale right now for introductory because they came out 25% off. It is currently $10 or less than $10 for you guys, probably US people. But it's $10 right now, and it's pretty interesting so far. I am intrigued by what is going to happen. What is up with Emily and Thomas?
And I'm gonna play more of it next week, I guess. And who is live? Is that Demon Slayer? That is Demon Slayer. I just said that. I'm being gay. No one's being gay right now. God dang it. No one being gay. Why no one being gay? Big sad. There's friend playing Genshin who just started stream a minute ago. Just started stream a minute ago. Ooh, maybe rate them. Maybe for their stream. Oh, they just started though. So, do it now. Yeah. Oh god. Oh, my nose is running so much. Oh, I don't know why. Allergies, probably. I don't know. I don't want to be sick. But anyway, that's it for today. Let's just send them right now because I need to go. I have things to do. In a few hours, but that is for me today. So underscore. We're gonna start to Ari. We love Ari. Big Ari love. She is a Gumiho Fox VTuber, and she is awesome. We love her. She's a good friend, and she's playing some Genshin with some Genshin co-op with some people. But that is it for me today. I'm gonna go have a shower. Next stream is tomorrow, Sunday 3 p.m. EST. We're gonna be continuing Ebihime's game of Her Love Like Poison, a little toxic Yuri, for Saturday Sunday. But yeah, that's it for me today. Hope you enjoyed. Again, game, check it out. Wishlist it. It's on Steam for like $10. It is interesting so far. And yeah, until next time, I'm gonna go deal with my runny nose and have a shower. Bye bye. Oopsies.